Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Um, have to fix this one quickly. Uh, Okay, everything should be right. Okay, this might be awkward because I do not usually speak English a lot, but let's hope it goes well. Oh, they introduce a nice thing for TikTok Live. Nice. Let's try this game. It's my first time. I played really. Mm, I, I okay, it's the game. I didn't play a lot with just like 2 or 3 times because my girlfriend has it. Oh. Not me, please. The girls should be here any minute. Attorney's badge. 2 a.m. April. Gladys meet age. No, I don't know. Male. Estimated time of death. April 2017. Between 1:40, 45 past 1 a.m. and a quarter past 2 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage, resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. Okay. La the photo. He was playing poker. He got. Was he winning or losing? Do not remember if he was the one winning or losing. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. I'm loose, I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose is to be expected. Your first trial and is an homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, huh? I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chord of Steel's voice workout. I'm fine. I did expect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I ever did it again. Yeah. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over the drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing, don't say you're fine. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. No, I don't think I will. My name is Apollo Justice. If he's in the credit already, I'm a new attorney, and today is my first trial. Yay, he's attorney, yeah. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him, no way. Hello. Whoa. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So you're fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? Huh? I did remember you having another name. Well, we're off a great start. How stupid can I be? Are you sure? Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend. So why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Okay. I need to focus. First trial. Here comes the justice. 3 days after the murder. Courtroom. Sure. The court is now in session. The prosecutor is ready for Your Honor. The defense is fine. Ready, Your Honor. I'm going blank. Don't panic. Act late. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine. Really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Yeah, he doesn't have my Chord of Steel. Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Okay. Actually, Mango Bramby, this is an English streaming. I'm trying to do it in English, just to, I don't know, try. I think it's also to help me speak English more fluently. This is truly an unfortunate turn of event. Mi son perso coso. I got lost. I'm sorry, we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is it Phoenix? Let's put the past behind us, shall we? What the fuck? These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, right, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this happen? I won't speak of it further then. So, in the main game, he would be the attorney, and now he's the defendant. If the prosecution would be so kind to as to explain the charges, Mr. Spain. What a fucking hair. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chain. Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On his head, smack, killing cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was? The pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Not wine, grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant. The court accepts. What happens if I don't touch? Okay, it doesn't skip. Deadly bottle loaded to the court cracker. Grape juice bottle used as a murder weapon. Bears the defendant, Mr. Wright print. Oh, that could not be good. Can't be good. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record, right? I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. Just already did. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just use E. Oh my god. Already saw this. The victim name Shadi Smith. We don't know the age. Male. Estimated death 17th of April between a quarter to 2 a.m. and a quarter past 2 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from a blunt trauma to the forehead. So basically, apparently, we have this bottle of grape juice with the fingerprints of a phoenix, and apparently he smacked it on the forehead of the pianist, or he said it was the pianist. The story. No, I don't give a customer. The defendant to the a customer at the restaurant say, and the defendant, you say he was the pianist for the club, it seems. So the defendant was Phoenix, and he was the pianist at the club that night. It's a restaurant. But just who was this Shadi Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to this passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. Okay. He had some sort of connection with the defendant. That too is unclear. At the present, Your Honor, we believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. They were playing. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That is a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yes, it was only that, a game. In the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passion. Only the cards, their backs redded in blue flame, know its final outcome. Here, come again. The card on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. Women. That will be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about your poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. No, I want the cards. I want to see the cards. No, you cannot see the how is it, the card back. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Witness testimony. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interest customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can defend. What a funny. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you're sweating bullets? My brain feels strained. You watch me perform cross-examination many times. Not really. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? Refresh course, please. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed, your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistency in the testimony with what the court record tells you. Look for inconsistency in the testimony with what the court record tells you. A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him. Don't let the fact that he is a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. Huh? Is Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? So, I have to defend him, not attack him. Find any inconsistency, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination, learn it. Lies, Phoenix. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie. It's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. No. I may press him. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take in uninterested customers over the poker table. The room where we play competition, and there are the main club's main attraction. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all. Bah, do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. What? You see, why the customers come now? So it's like trying to defeat this unbeatable king of poker, defeat the undefeated poker champion. Yeah, it's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He played for 7 years. Is that even possible? Doubt, I don't think so. The room where we play and the competition in there. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes when customer demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Supposed to be boast just now. The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Bosch Bowl Club? The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Bosch Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the days. Black market. All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from eyes of the law. Meanwhile, A goon keeps watch through the small window. Okay. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was a common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Two decks of cards. Yeah. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate two decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I notice. The addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely, cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. Crime C painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Accidentally, we used two types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other was blue. As I recall, in poker, you make 5 card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. You're talking about. I believe the core understand the nature of the game sufficiently. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred, yet you claim no connection with the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Okay, I couldn't. Yeah, Justice, sir. Right, there's something I'd like to make clear, namely your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. How come it has his fingerprints though? And how come it isn't broken? What is it made of? Titanium? A disadvantage. Yeah, I found it. S3 dice che stai giocando? Not actually. If we go to the story, Christopher Apollo, Phoenix. Phoenix, Apollo, Christopher. Where it is? Apollo, Judge, Phoenix. Christoph, Judge, Apollo, Phoenix, Apollo, Phoenix, Christoph. Oh, so it's Christoph no. Well, basically, it did said that. I think Christoph said that one deck of cards was on the ground and one was on the table. The picture is black and white, so we cannot detect the. Yeah. You should press evidence the bottle. Yeah, I know, but I did want to ask him other things. I don't know if it's useful to ask all the things you can ask on this in this game, but the main problem is this. I mean, I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Yet, if I go here, grape juice bottle used as murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's print. So it is this. Oh shit. How? Fuck. Zoom in. What do you mean? Concentrato solo come evidence. Grape juice. How long you have? I wonder how well it goes with borscht. I don't need it to be completely empty. Examine, zoom in a second. G option. What the fuck? It's okay. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This is this grape juice bottle, right? So I said something the matter, Mr. Justice. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play it down. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in the question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! How dare you! No need to shout, Mr. Justin. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge hears and our case. But what about my chores of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about the fingerprints on the bottle in a restaurant? Prove I think if they were normal fingerprints, no? But the fingerprints on the mother weaver were upside down. Upside down. What does that mean? That means that he was holding inverted just to hit him. And there would be no reason for that. Yes! To bring someone with the bottle. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn from the worst. I see no problem, Justice, huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything you've seen. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I am sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be a reason. Objection. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes, actually... Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Okay, this. The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement, 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. Why not the ground floor? I see. And this is the phone that made the call. Boom! I stole him the cell phone, haha. Used by defendant to notify police from the restaurant floor. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution was toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you no one is more serious about. What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That is a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution had a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Let's kick some asses. Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Why does he have a plate? What does she has a plate? The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic look horns. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this girl will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Well, if you're sure, it is okay. Paraphernalia? Paraphernalia? What is it? Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be? My name is Olga Orly. I'm employed as a waitress in the Bosch Bowl Club restaurant. Then, why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve Bosch. That is naming restaurant. Okay, Bosch is a dish. But I also perform, how I'd say, other services. I take it of these other services is taking the customer's pictures. Dada. Like for example this one. That's defendant? Indeed. On the night of the murder, man in white hat is who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our lap. It is the same way as I drop cold balls of borscht on laps of customer casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in the room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me, the hideout. It is the room where famous gangster but gay was arrested. This room where murder took place. Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Dada, photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shadi Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's event. Witness testimony. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for the game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Duh. The victim, he plays whole time with his hands on. He plays whole time with his hands unlocked at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Duh. That man flew at victim and strangling him to death. Okay, I have to reread it. Incidentally, who won the game? It ended obvious. The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection. That is ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice. Maybe you came up with a more legitimate objection, but he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Yes, I imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of corporate number 3. I think it means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that the most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well. Cross-examination. That night customer asked me to deal cards for the game. It was called. Both players played with the heads on. The victim, he plays all the time with his hand on the locket at his neck. Locket. You mean this? Yes, that. Why should it? Why he was playing like that, though? Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. My dear Olga. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from a blunt trauma to the forehead. Not strangling. What is it? He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can afford it. Or he just doesn't care. Come on. I want to take it away. I think there is something inside. What? Everything he plays all the time. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, He gripped it many times as he played the night. Yes, he must have felt through, though it might carry him to the moon and the star. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. A pendant with the picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket, that's why I call it that. Why does it? No, it's a rocket. Doesn't matter with what shape it is. If it's considered bad form to poke fun at the heart of hearing in our society. Oh, so what happened next? The last end is not something terrible has happened. Tell me about it. The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry, I need to seriously consider this vocal training thing. Now, Mr. Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened that I tremble with fear. Okay, it's this. Why does you were dealing cards? Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. This is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. I want to know. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. Soyuz be. No, I know. I'm just trying to get something more, actually. And the man feared and strangled him to death. Present. Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customer only choke on borscht. No, I meant this report shows that the victim died of a blow on the head. Mrs. Orley, really now, did you witness the crime? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was it. He's still wearing his hat and everything, and the bottle isn't broken. Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. What is this? Okay. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Where is the locket? Where is the fucking locket? I knew it. Well, that was quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was it. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at the victim in his neck. Oh really, Mrs. Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing I'm thinking too much. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much too. That night customer asked me to deal cards. I was called by prayer. The victim was time with this hand on this locket, right? I said you see? You see this?
Objection!
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand unlocked at his neck. I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness grammar. No, but look at this photograph. No locket. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I am impressed. Thank you, thank you. I knew you'd be able to handle this, but what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. No, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. So, before he took the locket and then the victim died. Locket don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken off. No? Take it off. Wait. You don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Fuck. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes. I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh. You mean this? Yes, it is a locket. It's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wang, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. Why don't I buy that this as just coincidence? Because I don't either. Well, now, if the arrest result of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcomes of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear that defendant lost badly. Mrs. Harley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Duh. Again. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points in chip for each man. Of course, chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on the table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. Failure must be in a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Her Honor. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Rice said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Cross-examination. The game began with house chips.
Hold it!
Duh, of course.
Objection!
Poker chips are poker chips. Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chips, 100 points, 1000 point chip. This is not money type. Justice, sir. Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one. I'd have it added to her testimony. Well, does the defense want to witness to add to her testimony? Yes. There weren't 3,500 points. The smaller one are worth 100. No, I have to. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this could be 1000 each. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the big ones. He's not one-sided. Actually, he was winning. Because it's 3,500 points. So we have 2 chips. One is worth 1,000. One is worth 100. But it's not the big one worth 1,000. We have 3,500 points on the table, but yet we have to have 6 fishes of 1,000 points. The only type of fishes that we have 6 fishes red, so they must be the 1,000 point. In that case, he is winning. He's winning hard, actually. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Da, your honor. One kind of chips is worth 100 points, other kinds 2 kinds in all. The one who was winning, that was the victim. Not really. I mean, I think or this sentence, hello, or this sentence, or the next one, because I want them to know that the fishes, well, Mr. Wright was winning, not the victim. Maybe I need to... Objection! Okay, should be good. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? Objection! It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. I glanced at the picture, be enough to tell who won. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo I see small chips and large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1000 points? Why the big one? Stupid. Oh, I thought so too. But the totals don't add up. The totals. Let's review the match. Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1 carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself, you are in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know what you must determine the why. What? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. I can save. Starting points were wrong. Chips count was wrong. If all the chips are indeed shown is this, then there can be only one answer. Well, the value of the chips was on the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1000 points, not the big ones. Big small chips. Well, that does make 7000 points when you add them up. Excellent board, Justice. It's almost as though you figure it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. Objection, but wait. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Exactly. If the small chips are 1000 points and the large chips are let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900. Well, now it seems that Mr. White was winning in that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yuck. Now, Mrs. Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Order, order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness testimony. I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, see what, Mr. Zorley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was a cheat. A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Scam? Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why the game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn for the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell about this cheating in the final hand. Witness testimony. Again, the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. Yeah. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Mrs. Ori. Why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? A full house is a very strong, high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers this day, you don't know your poker. I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this? Some kind of secret core poker ring? Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? No problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. Boom. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Now, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine you. If you did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? How it was clear. Well, the defendant, he played 5th ace. I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. Mr. Wright has 2. No, it wasn't. Your Honor, perhaps this can be... No, I'm sorry to... Just how hard is me? Ok, niente. Nothing. Hold on. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken, but my name. Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips. Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out. Take that! Mrs. Orley, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, but as you can clearly see, the victim's hand had 2 aces. Ah. Objection. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the third. Objection. The same. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant had also 2 aces in his hand. Where's the fifth ace? I see cheating. I see cheating, alright, and it's going. I see cheating, alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. You're right to trust your instinct, Mr. Game. Who knows what lies in store for us in this trial hand? Your Honor, if I may have a suggestion, what might that be, Mr. Game? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards, Mr. Payne? Yes. The player's hand that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that cards to be shown into the court. The victim's card or the defendant? It. Which cards are more suspicious? That's a good question. Which cards are more suspicious? Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's car. The back is different color. Huh? But I put card in the... But I put that card in right's hand. Aha! What was that, Mrs. Orley? No, niet, I merely said, da, I have... Nick. Your Honor, Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat, I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah. Wait, so you mean this witness, Mrs. Orley? She's the cheater, a professional. I'd wager. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. Ergo, Mrs. Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victims, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an interaction between her and the victim. You don't mean the defense isn't accusing, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mrs. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. Oh. Where is your witness, Mrs. Orgao? I'm suggesting the connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means... I see no point in prolonging the trials this day. Prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Objection! Objection. You can hand the trial, Your Honor, not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing at? Think one of the cards has a different color back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objection right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all the people should know Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Haha. Perhaps we should get the bottom of the things. Let's clear up the facts. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fated night. As I was said before, we altered between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks in the club have different color backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different color backs? We used the same color. The 2 decks. If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still get mixed up. We used the red deck for that last game. I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. Whatever. In the end, of the wrong color got mixed. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There were three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? Well, the deck is blue, actually. So the only card that is actually right is this one. But why? I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know. How can I examine this? When was the card swapped into the deck? Well, well, hmm. When was the card swapped into the deck? Only one of the cards has a blue back. For some reason I thought they were using blue backed cards in the final hand. The card backs are red. When was the card swapped into the deck? I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks here first. When do you think the cards were swapped? I don't know, I think after the murder, because they swapped 4.
Objection!
Take it from me, son, there's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Even when the backs of the cards are different color. If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Quite true. What that would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after. And straight on crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after game is over? Who indeed, that's one of mysteries before there's another. Yes, a simple yet decisive question. Like, who swapped the red cards for the red card for the blue card? Who? The game and the murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orly. If Olga Orly killed him, she could say that Phoenix killed him because he lost. So it could be her. Maybe while Phoenix was gone. But she said she saw 3 aces and 2 kings. If all of the cards were blue, because I think they were blue, the deck was blue, someone swapped 4 cards. Someone swapped 4 cards, I believe. But that means that if they did it after, I don't know. I think Olga Orly or someone else. But who could? I remember that Mr. Gavin was at dinner with Phoenix Wright that evening. He told us. I think it makes sense for you to name, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. My apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Mrs. Orley, then who was it? Well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. We'll find that indeed after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did swap didn't know 2 colors of card were being used. The other mistake was that the number of the cards. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever Swapti wasn't expecting there to be a face after all. All all they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. Not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though is more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night in the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. White. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in the chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. That was quite unexpected, Mr. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? What now? I think you would know the answer to that. Yeah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice, yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. Okay. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really your missing? Are you wondering about the victim disappointment? Here, you can take a look at it. That's the picture of my daughter in there. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 years. There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker, huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it. Everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding? That witness, for instance, Mrs. Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Words, habit, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will soon. Ah, I almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I have my reason, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My power? Do your best. Fuck. Not one mistake yet. Hmm. Hmm. Objection. Oh. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient ground to refusing testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Mrs. Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Hello? Perhaps you could repeat the name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and poor loser? Nye. No. Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly. Oh, oh really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. That's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness, will you tell the court what you were really up to that night? Final talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrication will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the games as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in the Wright's pocket. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Schmidt would call him and searching Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and trap. Oh, smart. You swap the cards. Expose as a cheater, and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed, the cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. But What happened? Oh really, Harley? How droll. How droll. But it appears he's made quite the mistake. I agree. The traps was elegant, yet what happened to the planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by. You'd have to be to finger only. Oh really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispenses with the evil mastermind Stitch. Huh? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute, I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Uh-huh. When you when you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Witness testimony. The best laid traps. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Schmidt searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment Wright picked up the bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no good cheating defendant. A surprising frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The traps were perfect, I tell you. Perfect. In that rotten cheater. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. This planted car, which car was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his ledge. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was it? This? Why, before the match, of course, while he was eating. At the Brush Bowl Club we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course the car was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Okay. Why searching? Exactly. The fifth ace came up, so it's obvious that the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, will be for there are worse things to be known as I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. Was gone. The card disappeared. Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts, gone without a trace. Proof. Poof. Zippo. We reach every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little head. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Ollie had been so readily dubbed. Oh really? So what did happen to 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating lying to face defendant? Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Right Air thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well, the defense will refrain from baseless accusation. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it. Honest. I saw him. Right. During session person. Yes, I noticed now. Neck, was it? What the fuck? What's going on? It's coming into focus. There. That twitch. That's so clear. It's like I could perceive the habit like I couldn't before. Percy. Gotcha. Whoa, they introduced the body language also. Mrs. Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get a certain part of your testimony, you touch your back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of such sort. When she says the part of the testimony, she subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching in her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her the most? What would remind her the most of the moment of the crime? Whenever you recall the crime, that night you stretch your neck. I've noticed it happen when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind the habits of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression of your neck is this. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression. Hmm. She talks about the moment of the crime. She touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would you make why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? It was Mr. Smith, the victim. Who was it? Not you. Huh? Chains to break her. Okay, Mrs. Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime, the very moment. Yet. You are so fucking British. Alright, mate. If you say so. Fuck, she has a double personality. We know you're not Russian. Fine. Okay, no, maybe she's not. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of... He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Their neck... You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. The crime, what the defendant... What was the defendant like? Well... He must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony. You're going to get out this witness. I'll let you... He's flawed. It's bigly bogus. It's contradict the evidence. He called the police and he was upstairs. What's that? Well, show us the evidence. She didn't let him out her side until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that... And... Mrs. Harley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Huh? And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Ding ding ding. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. You bitch. Go down time. You dirty shit. Just then Schmidt grabbed the bottle from next to her, and he hit me. When I came up to, the victim was already dead. That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in a league with Schmidt, I'd be suspected for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with the bottle. I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit hand, and frankly, I cannot blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir, I believe that as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Mrs. Orley a big fat liar. What? Three were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, the victim, and her, and she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled the witness, got into an argument with her client's mate, and the denouncement of that argument was murder. What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone is trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mrs. Wright was saying. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. No. And the one who was swapped the card didn't know that the two colors of the card were being used. A fourth person. This theory again, your fourth person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring the case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. And we are in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry, no, I know. Remember what I said? The fourth person who swapped the car made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the backs of the car. Right, but how could such an obvious mistake occur? The card used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah. You can figure out? It's not me as well. Who is the fourth person? Why do I always... Who was it? Fuck. As I expected, your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right. Christopher Gavin, you were in the fourth person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the car. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cars are blue. The one on the floors, on the one on the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cars were blue, It was well before this evidence came to light. It was true the defendant. Wait, yet it was that game. This is a competition. Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passion. Only cards their backs reddened in blue flame. No, its final outcome. And by the way, he told me before the trial that he was dining with him. While Christoph, Mr. Gavin. Hmm? No, nothing. Excuse me, I was just so sudden. Right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph. You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. I just refuse objection. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware I had a connection. I wasn't aware I had connection with Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never met. What? What if they have? Huh? There is a possibility after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. White was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. White, the defense would like to request you... The defense testify to the court. Mr. Gavin, testimony must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related? You stupid. I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. I explained before. The defense believes that Mrs. Orley... Am I to assure you speak for Mrs. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. The matter of Mr. White's testimony is up to you. To justice you would betray your teacher. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take stand, please. Witness testimony. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was unconscionable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. I dine with him rather frequently. Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Justice. Sir. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. No. Christoph. Hmm. Yes, we dines. Arrange our usual dinner at our usual spot as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. When Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed, the remains of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left after that. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. May have met. Here I was all nervous. Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now they just passed in the hall. Oh, it would be if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Right. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Mrs. Olga early mentioned. Elegant, really. Set up the trap. Plant a card in me. Just like that, the legend. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. She planted. Yes, I snuck it and picked it, and found it was a 5 of hearts. I have a feeling something might happen, so I disposed the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. Threw the card inside the bottle. Yes. The colored glass make it hard to see. Maybe I'll... There's nothing in here. The poker had proof of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with the new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold. Police. Exactly. Cell phone don't get signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night after all. So there in the darkness at the restaurant I called the cops. After making the call, I turned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave an injured waitress alone. True. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes, I'll admit I was a little startled when I walked in. A little. He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. When I made another phone call to the Could you explain what you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Christopher Low's office would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Glad you intend to pay. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christopher. It was I who got involved after all. I'll pay in full, Christopher. It was I who got involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend, quite high. You know what you have to do. He's lying, expose him now. Yeah, Krista. Why the bottle? I perceive my opponents. Tell me, immediately. I'm used to entrapment. You see, I knew what was coming. Oh, so you struck forth like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. I'm sorry, but there's nothing here.
Objection!
Yes. Examine the bottle, and I don't see any cards in here. No? Is all that you have for yourself? I can say that I know what happened to the car. I did put it in the bottle, however. Perhaps fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and the sixth person could have helped. My apologies, Your Honor. I don't have disparaging. He looked inside the bottle. There was nothing. Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid the decisive contradiction called for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness. In the ring, go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Chris. I'll have to call the police.
Objection!
But he couldn't make the call under there.
Hold it!
No city.
Hold it!
May have met. Highway pass. Uh, Card in the bot. To call the police.
Hold it! Hold it!
Does work on me. At least when you get lucky on sticky, what the fuck could it be?
Hold it!
Not a soul, it was the middle of the night after all. It didn't exactly.
Hold it!
Well, what could it be? I mean, Okay, it is useless. Mm. It is tricky indeed. Mm. What could it be though? Why is that bright? Hmm. Yes, I really don't know. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph.
Hold it!
Hmm. I see. Five minutes after. Uncontrollable. I left to call the police. So why? So I was thinking that that's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney Gavin. Yeah, but which one could be the right one? I mean, That evening, Christopher and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. This photograph. This was the table. It doesn't appear to have
Objection!
no. No. At the table in this photograph, okay, they sat there. It was ready only for one person, it seems in the photo, but okay. They sat usually there. I really don't know. I really don't know. What could it be? I mean, I mean 5 minutes after. And Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. The trap during and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. We need a contradiction. Girl was knocked out cold. To call the police.
Objection!
Crime scene. He's wearing a hat. See the blood on his forehead. Good point. And this. I was the one who put that hat on his head. He wore it through our entire poker game. Please, when I returned to the scene. In full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. Sad. I can say is I'm sorry, but that's the only thing at the crime scene. If it being the victim's His head. He was out cold. I believe I was the only person with this witnessed his head. Mr. Gavin. Our client is determined to lie his way through this case. He's still our client, isn't he? That's enough of that, huh? Mr. Gavin. This witness testimony is more like a travesty. It's a riddle with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose our attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if your intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. When I put the hat when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. The reason is right here. Cell phone. That night, recall that I spoke with the defense attorney Gavin after calling the police, just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play back to the court. For the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of a trouble. What's this? Game is not going well. Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you. That gentleman who challenged you. He turned out to be good. He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? Should it come to that? Okay. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not a plate but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. Appreciate that defendant's discrimination is not indicating my forehead. So after Mr. Gavin hit dinner with you? No, when did he see this bone china plate? That's right, yes, that was an beginning. Different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spot Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was going on. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly. How did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's head back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin. It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix, right? Order. I will have order, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. No other choices. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin testimony? As a prosecutor, very well. We'll break for it. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for the cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? are you? The card you have chosen is magical. That's all. And he's... I swear you. Missing fifth ace. Blotch. Cut the deck. Ah. It's the daughter. That girl. But where? Bro. Told ya. Hmm. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Okay. First letter, Your Honor. Believe me, far stranger things have gone on this card. I'll play alone. First, one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's head? Basically, I'm guessing. Forgive my curiosity, but what is what is it about this fellow had? Your Honor, it seems to have the inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Yes, big objection. Inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. White. What do you think you're doing right? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore the hat all the night, never once taking it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was it. Oh. Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime. The hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have to been there in the hideout at the time of the crime scene. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Sure. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intention. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Witness testimony. The rage I sense in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and picked it through the little window at the high. It must have been right after the murders took place. The victim was dead, and he appears in the photo. A bullhead and an unconscious girl, and Wright holding the bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder? For the better or the worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I am standing in the witness stands after all. So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. You had to say that because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh, I didn't understand this. Mr. Wright, your defense should... You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Huh? Mr. Wright, you had to say that. So you are. Mr. Gavin. Oh. You had to say that because that was the only probable window of opportunity at Apollo.
Hold it!
He was more than that, but he didn't see. Makes. I return to the club. This could be, but they didn't need that. That's the fucking problem. Not the club, I went. Little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. Was dead as he appears in the photo. Bald head and an unconscious girl. And right holding the bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. When the call came from Wright. the little window. Used to keep watch up the stairs. Yes, I rarely covered the market. Yes, usually you go through the trouble of peeking it through the window. Wouldn't it have been easier just to open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Said Mr. Wright. Yes, what in my ears had been unfounded. I'd be walking on their match bad form, to say the least.
Hold it!
Right after the month. Let's get in. The coolest defense in the West, we know. Overbearing personality of your.
Hold it!
By photo you meant the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely, you see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his hat when he was dead. Then Mr. Wright came along and replied, "Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?"
Hold it!
Those were the only three at the scene of... Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. Phoenix Wright, who else could have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, Melvin was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. Well, more or less.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice suggests. Not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. This is mysterious. Let me pose a question then. Tell me. Why the killer would swap? Show a...
Take that!
My reason is this. Is that an ace? Why? Why? Pain. What? This is insane. Why wasn't told about this? Why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Gotcha. How inconceivable, how could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Just a fishy card from some fishy girl. It's mine. I picked up a Bosch Bowl Club that night after the murder occurred. I gave it to my daughter. My daughter cards. To my daughter, cards are her stock and trade after all.
Objection!
No, impossible. Acceptable. Cannot let this happen. It's a fraud. Fraud. How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. What if this trace of blood was the reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime? Where you're going with this? Take another look at the photo, the victim said. The moment of the crime, his head fell on the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is not permissible. Oh, right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know that. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal an evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. I'm talking about. I wanted to know why the killer would. You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene, and now I have told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Objection of the objection of the objection. Why sure, it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes, sir. Try picturing the scene from front. Oh. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witness. I got lost. Ah. Even that there was a drop of blood on a card. The body of the luckless victim was found. Trying to picture the scene. Doesn't fit. Yeah, tirata. I'm not sure though. Wet base. That one drop of blood would have been this. Why the killer would have taken a card from the crimes. What's the important? Oh, we can discuss this. You know what the serious crime is? Why they got listen? And the trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Wouldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? Then
Take that!
the wrong place, I think. Not the thing. No. Just looking at you reminds me of the old days. Not the good old days per se. Doesn't fit with the bloody card. The cats. No, 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 no. Oh yeah. I'm not getting it.
Take that!
Dave. I'm trying to get it, but it's quite
Take that!
if it is the witness, I swear. Fuck. And the bleh. Incidentally, we were sitting on Sweever. Apollo, try turning. The chair was facing the... That I did. When Mr. Wright returned from... Speaking. Back around. But it's another solution again. The killer.
Take that!
Wrong, correct. Well, wouldn't it be hard to from indicator currently? Yes. What you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn down to what? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense. No. Apollo is the Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting, as shown here, where would his assailant aim and don't worry. That deal.
Take that!
I guess here. And let me reload. Let me reload. There's something there. Let me look again at this diagram. Apollo struck while he was sitting. here. Standing there would be impossible. Or the killer climbed unsecurely. It was the only place the killer could have been standing. Then that means that at the very moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? That's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. Arrange the examination. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Roy. I do my best. What's the problem? Another contradiction. I think that's quite easy.
Take that!
Doesn't fit. Oh, you little game right. To the court. Exactly where did your witness? The cupboard in the aisle. There is a secret passage behind it. Of course. I mentioned something also. One of the tricks many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying that now that is handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going on. Never know when you might need to duck away. To the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could go away from the cops. Hmm. At the time of the murder, window was blocked and the victim was only off his head. His small head. There I asked what really happened that night. Ourselves at this point. Um, that night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with Destiny. There he crouched hidden in the secret passage way behind the cup. Just the right moment. Then the chance came and he took it. Back. What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get her. Mrs. Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But this time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious killer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hire. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around and took. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the car. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor and the fact that they were all red. Interesting. It seems this trial has taken another turn. I'm truly sorry to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Payne, here. Continue investigation. Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, is hereby clear of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this happening, Mr. Gay, but I'm afraid the circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I'd rather enjoy myself. Why should he do that? It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's takes firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me. The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence. Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing. Of course, this bottle, for instance. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. Fingerprints on the bottle where I'm upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue early. The court in this case demand an explanation. I can think only one reason why one would hold the bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. I see. The catfish screams to last. Well, Apollo. Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come up with a sustainable explanation just like that. Let me say it, because I only have one life. Into thinking is explainer the only legitimate. Take another look at the court record. In plain sight. Perhaps the defendant would care enlighten the court. Why the fee? I'm not sure. He could have taken from here, but how would you take it? Okay, a Trump simulator. Inizi dal quarto. Yes! Yes to both. Sekiro, I don't have it. Hollow Knight, I don't have it. Hori, already played both. Monster Hunter, I don't like it. I didn't enjoy the one I played. A Trump simulator, yes, Trump simulator, but I'm on the right side. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints of the bottle are upside down? Fucking read the title. I wanted to try a fucking stream in English, so I did it. You were all busy, so I said myself, what the fuck? They don't play with me because they are reacting and stuff, so I tried to play this. I like streaming in English. It helps for my English, and I'm not like Zeb89 because I didn't ban you for speaking in Italian, because I understand you even if it's in English, but So, help me, Puzzles. Help me. We have a man which fingerprint. Okay, but don't become bold. So we have the bottle with the fingerprints of the defendant. The fingerprints are upside down, so it's like he took him like to hit someone. Why? What is the other reason he could have taken the bottle in that position for? So the foundation full house. Defendant victim chips when crime place. The defendant, Mr. I'm not sure. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place the bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me. Oh, I was right. I was fucking right. On the floor. Yes, now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. See, you're naturally going to pick up the bottle by its neck with your fingers upside down. Hush, 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 hush. Look at this photograph. Take the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing the piano. Bottle scrape shoes on the floor, the side of this piano bench. He would naturally pick up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up the one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switch up the bottles. How much juice does it drink? Took one of Mr. Roy bottles and made it look like. So that's why there wasn't the card. Order. So Mr. Gavin. Facing agreement to the tactic of misdirection. I read the water. Where is your proof? Well, that's more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle proof is quite empty.
Objection!
Objection. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall that I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you doing? Are you going to dust that off What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if anywhere on that about his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake too. Say Apollo. Yes. Go ahead and examine that bottle. But why there is a fucking card inside? Stupid. Oh. There's something inside the bottle. Oh my god. Now take it. Recall the unpleasant woman testimony for a moment. Olga Orly, yes, our little. That night I planted the card, I suppose. But the planted card was gone. The shot failed. Wait, this isn't. You're telling me the card you disposed? The one you mentioned in this piece of the testimony. In my pocket I found a car. Yes, a snack peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had the feeling something might happen, so I disposed the car before the game. Disposed? Where? I was an empty bottle of grape juice. Doing it right beside. Right. 5 of hearts. This is the car. The bottle was swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club and you, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Right. Now he has mystic powers. Why though? Is this already? An event that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine, I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? Don't I get to prosecute anymore? There, I was editing, but my edit assistant would just vomit his soul. Who was your edit assistant? I didn't know you had one. And why did he vomit his soul? Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even a connection with the victim. None of that we knew of. Classroom mate. And why did he vomit his soul? Mr. White, have you anything to add? I'm afraid that I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler, an odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. I don't know, maybe it's something he hit? I don't know, is it did he eat with you? Yes, 7 years and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and as a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, the defense attorney, you, Apollo. What's the case about? The case I'm playing or the case of your classmate? Vomi. He ate half a kilo of carbonara with me at lunch, but he said he had already shitted it. Well, maybe not all. I don't know. Did he did it weight his shit? He went to the bathroom with the scale and shit on it. Case you're playing, well, this is the new attorney. Me, blah blah blah. This is the old attorney. He was the main attorney in the first trilogy, I think. I am not sure though. Chris surely knows it better because I started playing from the 4th, as you can read from his message a little up in the chat. And basically he lost his licensed to be an attorney. So 7 years before, and I'm not sure why. I didn't understand, and basically I'm not sure why either. But his friend, his old colleague lawyer, tried to set him up to go to jail, but I'm not sure why. And where I find you. This is the dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right, Mr. White. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce the verdict. Find the defendant, Mr. Phoenix, right? Not guilty. Court is adjourned. Oof. Thanks, Apollo. You came through. I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Garrett. I couldn't have it done. I couldn't have done myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. I laughed. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait. I can feel stuff. Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Perhaps. What possible reason could he have made a more? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. You don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Never mind. That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off the neck of his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. That's perjury. Testify, you said the locket was yours. I said no such thing actually. I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of job. I work for Gavin Law Office after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gay get led away in handcuffs. Apollo, yes. How about coming to work for me? I mean, at the Right and Co. Law offices. I mean, there's no single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. There's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true. Wait, but didn't you? You're not. Oh, I turned my badge. Yes, I'm not an attorney anymore. Right. Let me do- The case reached its sad conclusion, left for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial there was a single piece of forged evidence? Talking about the evidence you shouldn't have existed. I know magical tricks. It's true. Perfect.
Take that!
I got this from. Yes, that car couldn't have been found at the crime scene because the tool when it left, leaving the wrong car in its place. Luckily for us. For sure. And it was a fraud. Would be the one who took the real car from the crimes. The real killer. A verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really, yes, for this guy. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But, but you can do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney? So it's true. The rumor, it's true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? God. I punched him. It's your story from here on out. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright, how about your uppercut? Try the link take that next time. I found it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Tututum. And that's how my first try ended. You would trust a man, which is called that is called Apollo Justice. Well. Justice won. Ah, yes, yes, indeed. I'm not really sure what to do next. Mm, it's 2:30. I could. I may want to play a little bit. Mm, that was lengthy than I thought, actually. Anything else? I suggest anything else that by daylight. I don't have it because I don't really like it. It's way too complicated, I think, for the game that is. I may play something to prove that I'm not like Zeb, so you can feel how far away I'm from Zeb. But is it convincing enough? Let's bring some chaos. Nice. And with lot, I gotta go. I understand. I understand and respect. Good night.
Fear the power you do not see.
Leona Kaiser. Okay. It actually. Even though this smell, well, I maybe got the wrong runes. I am the highest mastery.
A black flag above the
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Raven's Wing.
Thirty seconds until minions spawn.
I suppose it's easier than conquering a demon.
Minions have spawned.
Try to guide deep.
They tried.
The right to rule, head in my hand. Sacrifices must be made. Death.
Okay. Twin is good, level 3. So, now.
An ally has been slain.
For my ravens find me.
Okay, okay. Nice. Next time we have to recall.
Do not try my patience.
Let me kiss you, come here. No, 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 what the fuck you doing?
You dare oppose Noxus. This is the least of my crimes.
Okay. I don't have much mana. I don't have mana. Yeah, I'm that stupid. For sure.
I will not tolerate interference.
I don't need an engage right now. I need mana.
For pettier men.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Ah,
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
fuck it, you doing? Stop it.
We must remind them of their place.
Mm-hmm.
You have slain an enemy.
The sooner we kill them, the sooner we can leave these forsaken wastes.
You have been slain.
No, I don't believe it. I'm such a stupid.
An enemy has been slain.
The advantage is ours if we take it.
I would probably have died anyway.
An enemy has been slain.
Cooler, cool. Do not worry about me.
A raven's eye view.
Okay, 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 okay.
That's one.
Nice, nice. Still a little too greedy.
Am I reborn? The
But
truth
now,
is rarely so simple.
well, you should go away. Shit. What the fuck is your problem? How can you be alive? Okay,
How cheap.
shit. Holy.
And to think, they call me. You lack discipline.
Well,
Incompetence surrounds thee. Pity stays the hand of another, but not mine.
let me see. Let me see. What can we do here? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. Nice. Anything? Who's the most fed? He's doing. He's annoying. She's quite annoying. I think I go with this.
A truce
Most
in all
logical
but name.
choice.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
That was
Ally has been slain.
a lot of damage. That was a lot of fucking damage.
A minor setback.
I wouldn't talk so early.
Try to die with dignity.
Take that, thank you.
The right to move held in my hand.
Wanna come at me?
Sacrifices must be made.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Ah, shit.
The ends of war are dead.
Isn't that funny? Leona?
If you insist on dying,
Stop it. Oh shit.
you would do well to die before my vengeance find you.
Olé. What?
Do not try my patience.
Kha'Zix. You that fuck me.
An ally has been slain.
I hate that. I have to do this. I think. This. Okay, now we could see. Okay.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The dagger is at our throats, but their hands
Yeah.
prefer.
An ally has been slain.
Boring.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You dare oppose Noxus.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ooh, you strong.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Not in a million years.
I will not tolerate interference.
The light within thee is gone.
Diplomacy is a subtle art. More than what we do not understand, we feel.
Nice. I always appreciate stock.
An enemy has been slain.
We must remind them of
An enemy has been slain.
Added you.
I often kill my visions. When I close my eyes,
Okay.
do not come near.
You have anything else to break my balls?
Executed.
What we have in Baron?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Empire. Powerful.
Three, two, one. Shit.
Weak.
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. You have been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is unstoppable.
Oh, you cannot
An
do any
enemy has
fucking
been
thing.
slain.
Nice spike.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is dominating.
No,
Shut
no, no.
down.
Okay.
Enemy double kill.
Yes.
You lack discipline.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Incompetence lies with me.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Triple kill. Ace.
Some say the darkness stays back. Submit. This will be my offering. Try to die with dignity.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The right to lose shall be mine.
Slain.
My bad. My big bad.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Brain fart.
Rampage.
Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
I mean, or whatever you say. Stupid champ.
Shut down.
When did I? What?
The ends of war are death.
An enemy has been slain.
Spirits from their land. Blood for a wound. Fala.
Allah.
An enemy has been slain.
If you insist on dying,
Now we do it. Don't worry.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Enemy rampage. You have slain an enemy.
another disappointment. The more I see, the more I
Your turret has been destroyed.
Heal shield power. Oh, nice.
You dare oppose Noxus.
Time for the final weapon.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
35% more.
A petty squabble for pettier men.
Nice.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Killing spree.
Fuck. The fuck? The fuck? I could probably use a little bit of magic resist. I wanna be fucking assassin though.
An enemy has been slain.
They think
An
they have
enemy
won.
has been slain.
Pathetic.
Double kill. An enemy is unstoppable.
Why is it that big? So fucking annoying.
Shut down.
Yeah, of course. What could we do?
Gathering intelligence.
Okay.
We must remind them of their fate.
Enemy double kill. Your team
Ligma.
has destroyed a turret.
You know what's Ligma?
Your team
Nice.
The battle is yet to be decided.
An ally has been slain.
Weak of body, weak of mind.
An ally has been slain. Has been slain.
Do not understand my power.
How cheap. And the thing, they called me crippled. You lack vision. More than what we do not understand. We fear being understood. A statement.
Okay.
How quaint.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
The hand of the merciful, but not mine.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
Why is he? He's so fucking fast. Shouldn't be faster than me. 45. 45.
been slain.
Hmm.
Strength is the only teacher.
Victory!
GG. I did a little bit of errors, but it is what it is. Now I'll stop this stream. So thank you if you watched. Thank you for everybody that stayed with me. Good night.